Good evening, guys and girls, and welcome, yes, to another vintage electronics repair. Well, tonight what we're going to do, after I finish coughing my ring up, tonight what we're going to do the VCO. Good evening, guys and girls,
Oh, yeah,
welcome.
I forgot.
To another. Anyway, what we're going to do the part 2 on the Planet 2000, which is the LCL Planet 2000. It's a rather in good condition, this old radio. So we're going to do the receive, and we're going to do the VCO. We're going to do the receive, and then we'll just backtrack on the transmitter, just make sure, maybe. But we've cleaned the radio, it's come up pretty well. Hello Ian, nice to see you there, fella. Oh, by the way, I'll say it now, if anyone wants to buy me a coffee, please feel free to buy me a coffee. If you don't, then don't. You know, please feel free not to. It's your choice, guys and girls. We need the soldering iron on, because we need to melt the wax in the VCO pot so we can adjust, in the VCO transformer so we can adjust it. Because I know it needs adjusting, because I went through it this afternoon off camera, and I know it only reads 2, it was only giving 2 volts when it should be giving 4. Hello Richard. Good evening, sir. Nice to see you on. We'll wait for a couple more to get up on the chat, and then what we'll do, we'll start the video. Get it going in a couple of minutes. Hello SDEX. Nice to see you in. Yeah, we're all good at this end. I'm good. Hope everybody else is good that comes in the chat. Hope everybody's got it all sorted. Hope we, all prepared for the new year. I've got to pull the deck out of that Amstrad within the next couple of days. Get that boxed up, ready to send it out to Harvey, because that's his. Because Racing Demon might have purchased it for him a few months ago. So that's got to come out, and that's got to go to London, so we'll get that out one day this week. I'll probably do that off camera. Yeah, it's going to be a pain in the arse to get that, but we'll get it. The Amstrad, we're going to have to clear the space to wheel the Amstrad right out. Maybe. And right. So what we'll do, we'll make our way over to camera 4. Good evening, Julie. Nice to see you on. Yes, we're on the CB radio again. We're just going to move over to camera 4. I hope you're all well. Hope you're feeling good. Hello Harvey. Right, you're back Sunday. Right. I'll get that record deck out for you within the next few days and get it boxed up, ready to send. I'll probably book it to go out the 2nd or 3rd of January or something like that. So we'll get that dealt with over the next few days. Anyway, let's go back to bench 4, camera 4. There we go. We're on camera 4, but we're not pointing where we want to be, so we'll... Right. Move some of this shit. Right, let's lift the lid up on the laptop. We can read things on here then. There we go. Right, my glasses. Right, so what we're going to do here, guys, although we've knocked all the tools over, all the trimmers, these trimmers all need redoing. I might order myself another set of them actually. These are all fucked. Right, but we'll do what we can with what we've got. Right, what I'm going to do with that one there, because yeah, let's get the file, and what we'll do, we'll clean the end of that, lovely. And now what we'll do, we'll just take it down. So you can take that down, and what we can do, is to get that nice and straight. There we go. Now we'll just take the edge down a bit. There we go. Now that should now fit into these. Perfect. Right. So what we'll do, we'll turn the radio on. We'll go to, first we'll go to the, oh for fuck's sake. Right. Shift this fucking shit. I haven't got a bloody mouse, have I? Hello, Parfos the cat smeller. Hello, Mark. Lady Killers. Right, so what we need to do here is go to there, and there we can see the cyanide. We can now see the cyanide meter. We can also see me. Now if I get the meter, the test meter that is, put that there, move the microphone. I can unplug the microphone because these don't need a microphone to receive, so we don't need the mic. Right, so what we'll do, we'll turn this all the way we've got that sorted out. So what we'll do, we'll turn this all the way. First of all, we'll turn that down and we'll do the VCO. Right, we'll do the VCO. VCO stands for voltage controlled oscillator, for those that don't know. So what we'll do the VCO. I need a yellow clip, I need a crocodile clip, which, how about that, eh? Just put your hand out, Andy, and you've got one. So we'll clip that into there. Then we can just clip that onto there. Go to pin 17, which should have 4 volts. Pin 17 of the phase loop chip, and we've only got 1.7, so that's wrong. So we need to move these wires, and that coil there is that coil there. We don't even know if we're on it. Oh, we are. We want to come up. We want 4 volts. That was way out. That was way out, guys. In fact, I've done the adjustment wrong. We should have been on channel 40. So I'm going to have to do that again. So 20, 19, 18, 17. We're actually 0.6 of a volt out, so we weren't that far. So what we'll do, we'll bring this, oops, bring this down. There we go, 3.99. .1. That'll do. 4.001. Now see what we are on channel 1. It should be 2 volts, I believe, or thereabouts. 2.9, that's good. Just under 3 volts. And channel 40 is 4 volts, so pretty much on the nose. Now we need to go off here and into our meter. We're going to need to transmit for this one. Oh, hang on, I'm not showing you, am I? Bloody hell, guys, I'm sorry. Right. The one I've adjusted is this one here. I can't see what it is because there's a lot of wax down there, and I didn't manage to find the manual. But the VCO one is the one right in front of the meter with all the wax on it. That's your VCO one. It's the only one with wax on it at the front. So what we'll do, we'll plug the meter into there. And I think this is a bit low on power, this radio, even though it's just this fucking meter, because we're not getting I don't think we're getting what we should be getting. I'll have to get my other meter and check. I am in the market for a new meter, so right, so that's Keenan Mike, and have a look at our, now to adjust our transmit VCO, it's the yellow variable capacitor right next to it, so we want to be on channel 40, and we're looking for pin 17 again on the chip, and 4.3. 4.3 guys. Do I leave that at 4.3 or do I adjust it? Ooh, that's a tough one. It's a tough call, that. Because 4.3, it's and the other thing is the adjustment is down there. Whoops. Right, won't go any lower than that. Come on. There we go. 3.8. Right. Right, let's make sure that's in lock on channels for channel 1. Which it is. Yes. Now what we're going to do, we're going to go over the transmitter again now and see if there's any gain. See if there's anything to be had. I think this one here is I think this one is transmit. Yeah. That's transmit. And this one here I'm not so sure about. That doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, I did look at Richard's video and he did say it was transmit. That doesn't seem to do much. So we'll leave that there. We do know roughly where it was. It's L2. Then we've got L3. Then we've got L4. L5. Well, that's got nothing on it now, it's gone off. That's it. Then we've got the ones there for the power. What's that? Let's get that out of the way. Then we've got this one there. That's centred. And this one. Now let's check the power balance. We've adjusted that on 40. Right, let's bring this one, see if we can adjust. That's pretty much balanced. Yeah, it's good enough. Right. Right, the low power. See what we're getting on low power. Don't think this meter registered it. Not very much. It's working now. Let's see how many watts it's doing according to the meter on the front. 4 watts. Do 4 according to the meter on the front. The VCO, we know the VCO is good, so we know that's okay. We know the power's set, so we'll seal these back up. See the VCO back up. That's it. There we go, guys. Now let's come back to the receiver. Let's unplug the microphone. Let's come back to the receiver. We'll unplug the mic so we don't accidentally press the mic in receive and blow up the bloody meter. We did that once, guys. We did that once. I don't want to do it again. Let's turn off the multi-tester because we don't need that now. This is the new multi-tester I got the other day. It's a lovely meter. Got nice silicon leads and everything with it, guys. I've got you guys that buy me a coffee to thank for that. Thank you very much, guys and girls. There we go. So now what we're on, we're gonna wind this all the way up. There we go. Right. So we want channel 20, which is there. And that's lovely, that. Detector sounds good, but it will be, I adjusted the detector this afternoon. So what we'll do, we'll come down. And we're still receiving well. This one had no effect on transmit. I'm going to see if it's got any effect on receive. This one here. I don't think it has. No. So we'll bring that back up. We'll put that to about there, because that's where it originally was. Now, let's turn it down. Now, for you to receive, guys, the way I did it, If we can bring the camera in a bit closer, I'll show. I won't adjust them because I've already done them. So what we'll do, we'll go back to camera 4. What we'll do, we'll go back to camera 4 so that you can get a better view. Because we don't need the cyanide, because you can hear that. You can hear that. You can hear that. You can hear that at 1 microvolt. You can hear it really low down. 132 decibels. You can hear it 132 decibels, which I think is 100 microvolt, which I think is a microvolt, just under a microvolt, I think. If I've got my thinking correctly. So let's go back to camera 4. There we go, guys. I can't zoom in on camera 4. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what I adjusted. I'm not going to adjust them because they've been done. Now, I started off, I watched Richard's video, and from what I could remember of his video, let's move up the meter. Right. We want to be on channel 20 on our display, as you can see. Channel 20. RF gain fully up, tone on high, and squelch, yes. Open. Now, for the receive on this is pretty tricky to set up because it uses a diode. I think Richard described it as a double diode detector. But the way I set it, and it seemed to be getting the most out, is I adjusted L11, L11, L12, L13, L14, can't see what that one is. It's got to be L15, hasn't it? L16, yeah, that's L17. Oh, sorry, that's L10. L10, yeah, L16, and this one is your detector. This one is L17, your detector. And that's how I set it up, guys. Which is pretty much, I think, the way that Richard set it up. But that's the way I did it. And I'm getting a good... Right, that at the moment is that I won't go back to the meter, I'll just do it by ear and by looking at the meter, by looking at this instrument. Right, so if right, we're at 132 decibels, which is, we can still hear that. You can just hear that, which is a micro, is it a microvolt or 100 microvolts? But you can hear it anyway. It's 132 decibels. I did have a conversion sheet, and if I turn this up, if I go to, well, go all the way up. There we go. That's 100 microvolts. Yeah, that's 100 microvolts. That's 70 dB. We'll go back down. You can can still hear that, just. Right. So what we need to do next is unplug that, because there's an issue with the external speaker socket and I'm not quite sure what, because when I plug the speaker in it don't seem to get much. Although I've got a reading on the meter, let's turn the meter off, although I've got a reading on the tester, I don't know where my straw is for me, what do you call it, so I can spray. Yeah, there's that resistor there that Richard said. I wonder if that's an original. I'm just going to check this for dry joints and stuff. But yeah, this is. Yeah, Richard was wondering whether that resistor is original. I believe it is. I don't know why though, the board's been cut there. Not got a clue. I'm not sure why it's been cut there, but it's been done for a reason. So until I can see another one, I'm going to leave it. I want to spray the switches, so we'll get them all in a position I can get to them. The problem is I've not got a straw. Shit! Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I've just knocked the bloody camera off. I've just knocked the camera off, guys. It's all soldering iron and everything. Bear with me, and my phone. There we go. Let's tighten that back up, it's come a bit loose. Yeah, that's what happens, guys. Every now and again you catch your hand on something and you end up with everything hitting the floor. Anyway, it's still working. What we need to do next is, well, I'll say it's still working. We're getting an image where it's frozen. Put the phone up. Now let's just try and activate the camera 4 again. No, we're not coming on this time. Ooh. Just. Let's try that. Nope. Oh, the camera's not. Oh, fuck's sake. Bloody phone fell off again. I'm going to sort all this out tomorrow, guys. I really mean that. Let's try again, shall we? There you go. We're up and going. Right. That's what happens when you knock your camera off onto the floor. Right, so what I want to look at doing is, yeah, there you go. I want to look at getting some juice into these controls. I can't find my spray, my nozzle. I think we're just going to have to spray on them. No, I'm not bothered about getting any in the channel control because the board number of this is UK 4000. It feels a bit better. I mean, I'm not bothered whether they... Just make sure that they don't crackle. Solder the speaker back on to start with. Well, there's the lid. There's a bit of tape on the bottom of the speaker there. Stop it shorting out, obviously. Alright, so what we'll do, solder our speaker back on. I'll turn the iron off, didn't I? It fell on the floor. Give it a second to warm up. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but yeah, they can pose trouble with the relays, these, but this one seems to be okay. None of the coils have been stretched, so we haven't had the coil stretcher in here. And this is good to go another fucking 40 years now, probably. Now let's just get us on to... We're on Wednesday Live there, we're on the wrong one. There we go. View your channel, yes. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Right, the chat should pop up in a minute. Night vision goggles and the CB repair. Yeah, hi Andy Lane coming on. Don't worry, Pat. Hi Pat. Good evening. Good evening, Ray. Azerte. I can't pronounce that. Good evening to you, sir. Let's see if there's anybody I've missed. No, we've got Harvey. Yeah, that's about it. And I've said hello to Julie. Because I know Julie's in somewhere. Yeah, it's CB, but not so much as repair, Patrick. It's more of a service. Because I've not repaired it as such, I've just serviced it, just gone through it. To make sure that it's good. For the next person that gets hold of it after me. Black wire. Right. Right. Hello Karen, hope you're good, honey. Hope you're good. Hope Jeff's okay too. Right, so what we'll do now, we'll put the lid back on, tuck the speaker wires in. Right, this should be the right way around. Yeah, it looks it. Maybe. Yeah. Because one side of this is bent, and I had to straighten it, and it's that side. Right. So before we put this back together, well, that was worrying. It was on PA, guys. That was worrying. Hello, David. So we'll plug that back into there. Plug it back into me power meter. Now we can fire the receiver up and test it. Put them fucking things up there out of the way. Now let's just squelch is a bit crackly. Roger bleep off, channel 9 off. Yeah. Channel 20. Oh! Now. 1, 2. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a old lady who had 12 kids and her fanny fell out. Yeah, that's working great, that guy's on receive. Yeah, there was an old lady who lived in a shoe, she had 12 kids and her fanny fell out. So let's try . 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's not bad, we're getting a bit of a whistle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Check low power. And we're working. Yeah, we're working on low, working on high. That's high power. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check the Roger bleep. That's actually not bad, that. It's just under 3 watts, but I think it could be my meter. So we're not worrying about that. So what we'll do now, guys, we'll put all the screws back in, because we know, I mean, these sort of make that funny noise when you key them up. They sort of go, they're known as farting sets. Known as farting sets, they sort of fart when you key them up. The microphone needs a clean, we'll do that. I need to get some foam cleaner. The screws are a bit rusty on the top. There's nothing we can do about that. Let's put this on 19 and see if anybody's about.
Yeah, darling. Asking about bloody mouth. You know. Oh, bloody shocking.
Now you know why I don't use 19, guys.
I don't know how to do it myself. Bloody thicker than me.
Well, fuck off somewhere else, you little daft cunt. I mean, yeah, these radios from George Christophe, they were a bag, and if you get any more, George,
Sick of this radio.
bring them to Goulburn for me. But if you're sick of the radio, don't come on it then, you thick cunt. I'm not going in, he'll never hear me on that.
Hello?
Be lucky to get up the road on that.
Oh, device got funny.
It's not your mic, mate, it's you. It's fuck all wrong with your microphone.
Just wait a minute. Hello? 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 Hey, hey, what? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we're still a bit bent there.
Like a minute. What was it?
That's got it. Just put the top back on here, guys.
How's that look?
If anybody's in the market for a Citizens Band radio,
Oh, direct,
let me know. Hit me up, sure can sort you out.
what about this radio? Hello? What? Hello?
There we go. That's it, guys.
Second note.
Let's
Second note.
give the mic a bit of a wipe. See if we can make the mic look a bit better. Oh, hang on. Let's put the bracket back on. I have got the proper the stub lead for this. There's only the stub of it left. I've got it somewhere. Right, that goes in. That goes in behind.
You were born out of a shit money, you must have been. Everything fucking shit.
Survive that fine or in bridge.
Yeah, very good.
So that's 22-foot hole.
Yeah, that goes like that. That way you don't end up scratching the sides of it.
Neighbours' roofs are gone.
Yeah.
The fucking IMAX is still there. And the swan still bang on.
That's unbelievable.
That sounds like
Have a put
cockhead.
that on it.
You just missed it, massive power of it. It's Rob. Rob's very good. Can you hear Robbie? Can you hear Lee, Rob? How did that get in there?
Yeah, a few people are keen up at the same time, but yeah, like I say, fucking, I didn't lower it down or anything, just flash it up and bring
That's
a fucking
perfect,
device
that.
there. And then, like I say,
There you go, guys.
It's all viewed.
Let's plug this in. You can normally hear that cockhead on here. Let's turn it off. Normally here Cockhead on this lead. And that'll show you. Because he's all the way near Glossop. I'm not sure exactly where he is, but yeah, I know I wouldn't say even if I knew, but I know he's not only around the corner, he's a bit of a distance away. But he puts a fair amount of power on it, has to be said. So what we'll do, we'll turn this back on. Just hope we close the scorch a bit. Yeah, we're working anyway, guys. Yeah, that's working. And these are actually quite a good little radio for what they are. I mean back in the day people used to slag them off, call them bleed over boxes and all sorts. And they weren't, you know. They used to work pretty well. That's Cockhead.
Who's on here? You know, for Christmas. You come up and say, oh, the best and that sort. Not that for you.
Whoever that was who said who's on here, the signal was halfway up on a piece of wire, so they can't be that far, even though they're putting a shitload of power out. We're not going to get nothing else. Come on. Them batteries in that handheld, they haven't been charged up for ages, you know. In that emergency set. They've not been charged up for a long time. So they're obviously good batteries. I didn't check whether the RX or TX light worked on this, did I? Because it does have RX and TX lights, and they are actually bulbs. They're not LEDs. They look like LEDs, but they're not. Oh, the TX ones, the RX ones lit up. And there's your TX, and yeah, we're dead on 4 watts. That meter's out of line actually, so yeah. I was going to clean the mic, wasn't I? I was going to give the mic a wash, wasn't I? There we go. There we go, guys. Before anybody tells me you can't make a sow's ear out of a person out of a sow's ear, you can. Let's clean that. That's a nice clean, just get the residue off my fingers. There we go, it's a nice clean mic, made in Japan. It's the original mic that was supplied, and it's polished up pretty well. There we go, guys, no scratches or gouges or anything in that. That's a lovely clean mic, and it, as I say, it's the one that came with it. Whoops, let's put that radio back over there.
Is that better? Okay.
I'm not going to try transmitting because I won't get anywhere. Not on that, I won't. But RF gain, tone. See, the juice is starting getting into there now, so all the controls are starting to feel a bit loose. And the front of this is actually immaculate. I was going to do a paint job on it, but I don't think I will, because I don't think I need to, guys, because it looks pretty good. You know, it's not too bad, so I won't do a paint job on it. I'll leave it because I'm happy with it. It's a 40-odd-year-old radio. And look at the front. The front's immaculate. You know. And all the buttons work. The Roger Bleep works. I always thought these had a mic gain on them, but they don't. They didn't put a mic gain on these. I always thought they had a mic gain on them, but they don't. They're just volume, squelch, RF gain and tone. What they should have was put a mic gain on and put a tone up here somewhere. That's what they should have done. Fucking, if they hadn't have had to put these daft fucking CB2781 fucking stamps on them, they would have had room for another switch. But these have still got the white, these still got the white paint in the knobs as well, which is good to see. Still got the little white paint in the indicators. But yeah, that's a nice little radio. We have got the lead stub, so we can make a lead up for it. And because the lead I'm using is a Cybernet lead, it is the right orientation, but it's not the right lead. But you can use that Cybernet lead. I might even order one up for it. It might be worthy of a new lead, so I might order a lead up. I think Richard at UK CB Servicing, I think he sells them. I think he stocks them. I'll have to have a word. I know Richard, he's a friend of mine, I know him very well, so I'll fire an email off to him and see if he can supply. But yeah, we're happy with this, it's working. And you know, that's your CB radio treat for the week. Hello, Microchips, nice to see you, mate. Who Cockhead's in Hyde? He's in Hyde. I thought he was up near Glossop somewhere. Yeah, I don't know where I got the idea from, because I've never really asked him where he's from. But I know he's up that way. I thought he was up that way somewhere. Yeah, I don't know whether you watched the video, Graham, but that's the old Planet 2000 stroke communicators stroke Manicastral radio done. I've not done the modification on it yet to get the delay off. I've got to watch your video, so there will be a revisit on this, folks, because there is a modification that Microchips knows about, and he's done it on one of them on his video. I forgot to watch the video and I forgot all about it, so we will be revisiting that too. I think it's putting a cap in it somewhere, from what Graham told me when I spoke to him. I can't remember now, but I'll watch his video. I've not seen a video from you for a few weeks, Graham. I hope you're okay, my friend. I hope you and your missus are both good. I hope you had a nice Christmas. I'm looking forward to seeing the Stalker 9. I know I've been watching your just switch the cap. Yeah, just put another cap in there next to the relay. Yeah, I knew it was somewhere around that, and I've not done it yet. While it's here, I might whip it apart again and do it probably tomorrow. Or being on Xmas leave. Oh, don't blame you, mate. You work hard. You're entitled to a bit of fun. I don't blame you. But yeah, I noticed I was reading your Facebook, and I know you've put the feelers out for a new lid and bottom, new top, new case. No, put a switch on the cap. Ah, right. Put a switch on the cap next to the relay. Right. Now I'm with you. It takes a couple of seconds for it to sink in, but it gets there. It does, guys. It gets there. So disconnects. Yeah. So disconnecting the cap. Yeah. Well, if I'm gonna put a switch on the cap, Graham, to deal with it, wouldn't it be as easy to just take the cap out? Am I barking up the wrong tree? Oh, use the other Roger Bleep switch code. Yes. I know where you're coming from now, Graham. Yeah, I understand now, mate. Yeah. What we'll do a part 3 on this where we do that modification. Yeah, my brain's a bit laxy daisy tonight, mate, but we're getting there. But we've got this pretty much aligned as best as we can get it. It's pretty sensitive now. It was a bit on the deaf side. It ain't now. It removes the delay. Yeah, because you don't want the delay, do you? You know, because they do have a bit of a delay on these. Yeah, I can demonstrate that now. If I turn this on, we're back on channel 20. Turn on our monitor receiver. We switch on our monitor receiver, our little emergency set here. Get rid of cockhead. Right, if I key it up. There's not much of a delay there. I wonder if someone's already done it. There's not much of a delay there. Let's put the Roger Bleep on. Yeah, there's not much of a delay there, Graham. Look at that. Might have already been done. I think someone's already done this one. Because there's no delay there no delay there. On the key, there is a young key for the Roger Bleep. It's the same delay as the Bleep, but it's not on here. That ficking starter curse caused me so much headache. Yeah. Yeah, well, you like a challenge, Graham. You told me you like a challenge. You know? But we did go through it when you was here, didn't we? In fairness, we went through it. And, we knew there was a few issues with that. But actually, George told me that there were probably a few issues with it too. But I think somebody's done it, Graham, because there is no delay on this. Not the same as the Bleep anyway, as I've just demonstrated, because I wanted to demonstrate to the guys who don't know what the delay is. And just put the camera up towards me so you can all look at my lovely face. Yeah. They'll all be wishing they could throw tomatoes at it. They want to take their glasses off. I look like a fat version of Buddy Holly. But yeah, I think somebody might have done this one, Graham. Either that or it was lucky to escape the factory without a delay. I never really looked at the switches, to be honest. I sprayed some contact cleaner at them, but I never really looked at them close up. Because I forgot about the modification and I've screwed it all up now. But that being said, it might have been done. Somebody else could have done it. But this was pretty much untouched, this radio. It's nice and clean inside. And it's pretty clean outside as well. It's just had a bit of a polish. And it will now find a new owner. I mean, back in the day, they were known as bleed over boxes, but they weren't, you know. They truly weren't. The reason why they got the reputation, because there was a bloody silver rod on every other house. You know, there was an aerial on every other house, and of course, you're gonna get into channel interference and poor channel rejection, poor adjacent channel rejection, because of the proximity of all the radios. I knew a guy once. He was an Asian fella. I think he was a Pakistani man. I'm not sure, but he was definitely Asian. I'm not sure if he was Pakistani or if he was Indian. But he was a good friend, and he had a shop on Princess Parkway called SM Services. And I took a radio into him. It was one of them it was one of them Contron CXXs, them NATO FM things. It was one of them. And because I didn't do them at the time, I got it and it had been messed with. So I took it into him for a tune-up and a service. And I said to him, I says, can you put different filters in it for bleed over? And he said, well, I'm not going to. He said, because if I do that, he says, it'll cut down your receive. You know, he says, you're better off leaving it as it is. He says, and you get the maximum receive that the radio's designed to give. He says, after I've tuned it up. So I says, right, I said, well, I'll leave it in your capable hands. So I did. And I used to pick up stuff from everywhere, because by 1986, CB was starting to fall off. I mean, there was a fair few still about, but it wasn't as bad as it was when it first became legal. It was starting to drop off, and you know, sets that were presumed to be rubbish, you could pick them up for a pittance. You know, you could buy second-hand radios that people thought were bleed over boxes. I mean, somebody even accused. I've even heard of Roltels being accused of bleed over boxes. Of course they are when you've got that many radios in the same place. Of course they are, guys. You know, but these what do you call it? These planets and communicators, whatever you get them badged as. There was two versions of them. There was this version, which is the early version because it has the yellow meter, and there was the late version that had a different colour meter, had a different meter in it. Now this version works better than the other version does, better than the later version. It's like the Amstrad 901. The Amstrad 901, there's two versions of the Amstrad 901. There's the Japanese version, and there's the version made in Hong Kong. There's the Hong Kong version. Now the Hong Kong versions are basically replicas of the Japanese versions. That was only ever done with 901s. 900s are all Japanese. All Amstrad CB 900s are Japanese. I've never ever seen one that's made in Hong Kong. They're all Japanese. And your your 901s, yeah, they could be Jap, they could be Hong Kong. You soon know you soon know. You look at the back of it, says Hong Kong, and you can tell by the circuit board. Because on the Japanese version, it has all the component reference points and numbers and initials for components. On the Hong Kong ones, it doesn't. We'll call them Hong Cordial. On the Hong Kong, yeah. The Hong Kong ones, keep it simple. The Hong Kong ones, it doesn't. And they don't work as well. The Mustangs, they're all genuine. I've never seen an Hong Kong one of them. And they use the same board. They use the same board. It's a Cybernet board. I can't remember what board number it is. Graham at Microchips, he will know. I can't remember. It's not the 341. The 341 was the more expensive board, which came in things like Roltels, Harriers, Yorks, a couple of home bases that were made. There was talk of a Roltel home base, but the Roltel home base never materialised. It was never made, but it was featured. A mock-up of it was featured in an early CB radio mag back in the 80s, but it was never manufactured. I remember, guys, I can remember, back in the day when if you didn't have a Roltel, you had nothing. But the problem was, the thing was, those Roltels, although they were good, and they still are, they had a lot of switches on them that did nothing. They had a lot of switches on them that didn't need to do nothing. I mean, in all fairness, they had a mic gain. But everybody ran it full up because it was always adjusted on the board. My idea of them was but that being said, it might have only been it might have been intended for use as the PA, because I think the PA was adjusted by the mic gain on them. On other sets, it was done by the volume control, like my Harvard 420M. The PA is adjusted by the volume control. But on the Roltel versions, it was actually adjusted by the mic control, so it might have been intended for that. But I've never read the instruction manual. Let's just see what Graham's saying. And the backwards dimmer. Yeah, the dimmer was backwards, wasn't it? Yeah, the dimmer was backwards. I mean, they put stuff there that didn't really need to be there. And they should, the Harrier CBX, I think, was a nicer looking radio. In fact, I think all the Harriers, they only did three, didn't they? They did the Harrier HQ base station, which I've had one of them. I had one of them that somebody had worked an 80 channel mod on. A rather messy one as well. It was a chip on top of a chip with the board snipped to fuck underneath. I bought that from a guy in Adswood. I gave him 20 quid for it, and it came with an aerial, a mobile aerial. I don't know where the aerial went. I sold it to a guy called Tony Whizkid. Well, I didn't sell him it, I swapped him it for something else, for a Kenwood 2 metre. I swapped it for that, and he ended up with it. But they did the Harrier base station, the HQ, and they also did the CB, and they did the CBX. I had the CB, I've never had the CBX, but if you've had a Roltel 240, you've had all of them, pretty much. But I think the CBX was the nicest out of them type of rigs that were made. They were a really nice looking thing. Not as many switches, they weren't too cluttered. You know, and yeah, I think they were just nice looking things. Because a friend of mine had an Aria CBX, and I wanted to buy it, and he wouldn't sell it to me. Because I just like the look of them. I mean, I didn't go stupid and offer him more than what he paid. I offered him what he paid because it was still in mint condition. And he didn't come on that often. I forget who he was. He didn't come on that often. But I offered him what it was worth, which back in the day was probably about fucking 60 quid or 70 quid or something like that. So I think what I offered him. And, you know, he refused. But there's a lot of stuff knocking about if you know where to look for it. You know, you go around people's attics and stuff, and you know, there's. I mean, I've got a friend in London. He found a brand new Aria CBX up in his loft, and he says to me, he says, "Do you want it?" And I made a mistake. I said no, because I wasn't into CB back then. I didn't even have an aerial up. This is back in the early 2000s. I said, "I don't want it, Leon." I said, "No use for it." I says, "All it'll do is sit here." He put it on eBay, didn't he? I think he got about 50 quid for it. I said, "Chuck it on eBay," so he did. But he offered it me, he was going to give it me for free. He was going to just chuck it in the post if I wanted it, and I just said no. And I thought afterwards I should have said yeah, but I didn't. But I had no intention of using it. So I don't like taking stuff I won't use. I'd rather it go to someone that is going to use it. Yeah, the Binatone 5-star, or Binatone as some people call it. Yeah, they were a lovely looking thing, weren't they? They were based on an import one, weren't they? Which one were they based on, Graham? They were based on, was it a Colt? Was it a Colt Black Shadow they were based on? Am I right in thinking that they were that the front of them was the same as the Colt Black Shadow? I'm not sure, but yeah, I've seen one of them. I've seen one of them with a different make on it, a different name on it, and it's exactly the same front. And they just obviously reprinted them so they could use them on the UK on the CB2781 radios, and same as the Rotel. There was actually a mid-band only version of that available. I don't know whether it was AM or FM. I think it was FM, but they brought one of them out, and I think I'm not sure if there was an import version with a different name on it. But yeah, the Black Shadow. I'm sure it was the Colt Black Shadow. I mean, you'll know, Graham. But yeah, I've definitely seen the front of that on something else with a different name on it. Because Cybernet, that's what Cybernet did, they repurposed it. I mean, like the York 863, before it was the York 863, it was the Superstar 3000. Because I had one of them as well, and somebody had put a Rotel 240 front on it. I took it to a rig doctor that I knew very well. I got to know very well in Clayton. I took it to him, a guy called Dave, I forget his handle. I took it to him. And I said to him, "Can you sort this out for me? Just go through it." So he said, "I'll get to you in a second, Graham." He says, "Yeah." And he said to me, he says, "I've got an original front for one of those." He says, "a Superstar 3000 front." He says, "But I'm after, was it a 3000 or a 2000? I think it was a 3000, I can't remember. Offhand, it was either a 2 or a 3000. But it was exactly the same front as the York 863, as the JCB 863. And he said, "I've got a front for one of those." He said, "They're identical to the York 863. He says, "And I'm after a Rotel front." He says, "Would you swap me?" I said, "Yeah, of course I will." I said I'd rather have the original front on it because they know what all the buttons do. Because people used to take the fronts off and put fronts on that had the legal stamp on them. Thinking that when the frequency police come a knocking, they're not going to flick any of the buttons. Of course they are. You know, you know, it's like them Dato 2000s, they were stamped up, but they still, I know a few of them that got confiscated. Believe it or not, I know a few of them that got confiscated. You know, there was a few people who had them that had them taken off them. I had a friend who nearly got caught. He was talking to somebody, and he said to me, he was telling me the next day, he says something just didn't ring true, he says, I heard something in the background. He says, I heard something in the background, he said, it just didn't ring true. He said, and all this person on the other end was interested in was finding out who I was and where I was at. I said, what did you tell him? He said, I just told him. He said, I told him my handle was Red Leader, which it was. He said, my name was Rob, which it was. He says, and I was up near the airport, which I am. He said, and he was asking me how far from the airport, and was I in Benchill or Wimslow, or because up there at Manchester Airport, that covers a wide, you say that, it covers a wide area. And he says, I heard something in the background. He said, a noise, he said, a sound, he said, that just shouldn't be there, that you wouldn't expect. He said, it just wasn't right. He said, so what did you do? He said, just switched off. He said, I just said to him, I'm off now, switched off. You know, whether they were trying to triangulate his position, because they must have said what you're on. He probably said I'm on a NATO. Whereas me, if I was using an import or whatever, I used to say I was on something else. You know, something that would come with a stamp on it. I never used to say. I mean, nowadays it doesn't really matter. I mean, strictly speaking, you're not supposed to use those radios, but nobody really gives a whole damn about the whole thing now. I mean, you know, the days of wiping out your neighbour's telly have gone. So nobody really cares. There's no argument. The reason why they wouldn't legalise CB radio in the UK, the official reason was they wouldn't legalise 27 megahertz in the AM band because the interference, because they get the reason they go. The official reason was television interference and interference on hospital equipment, aeroplanes, and they came up with every excuse they could. But the real reason was the British government didn't own the band, so they couldn't police it, and they couldn't charge a revenue for the use of it. And that was the main reason. They couldn't put a license on it. In other words, they couldn't rip us off. That was the real reason. Because I've never heard of anybody that's had any problem in hospital because somebody was using an AM/CB radio. I've never heard of an aeroplane crashing because somebody was using a CB radio. Apart from a Model 1, I heard of that once. Somebody was on 27 megs and they keyed the mic and a model aeroplane crashed. I heard about that. That was at Charlton Marina, I believe, somewhere around there, or Sale Marina, one of the two. But yeah, a lot of televisions got interference, a lot of radios got interference. I ashamedly have to admit I was responsible for some of that myself. We had a woman that lived next door to us, we used to call her Fanny Hill, because everybody had been up there, and Tony Taylor she was called, and she actually recorded me in our Willie using our radio, and she actually recorded it and gave the tape to the police. And the copper knocked on the door and he says, "Where's the radio?" I says, what radio? He said, don't play ignorant, where's the bloody radio? I said, I don't know what you're on about, mate. Anyway, we'd stashed it, we knew, we'd sussed it out, we'd stashed it. Wasn't even in the house, we'd stashed it, we'd give it a mate. Yeah, hold on to that for a bit, you know, we got it out of the house. We knew. We knew by the rate she was knocking on the door and complaining, and she was telling people in the avenue that she was going to stick us in. And so that was it, we moved it. And the cop would come, he said, where's the radio? So we've got a bloody radio, we got rid of it. First we tried denying, and he pulled the tape out. And he said to me, this cop, he said, have you got a tape? He says, I take it you bolster tape recorder. I said, yeah. He said, have a listen to that. It was me and our Willie talking, coming over her bloody radiogram. And she'd actually sat there with a microphone with a tape recorder and recorded us. Anyway, so that was the end of AM for us. We never bothered with it after that. But nowadays they've got no argument, have they? I mean, they legalised it in 2014. They should have legalised it 30 years ago when we all wanted it. Not 30 years later when nobody wants it. You know, I don't know anyone who goes on AM. Everybody sits on Muppets and uses 19. You know, if I go into the shack in the dining room and I turn the radio on in there, the only place I'll hear anything is 19. I used to go on 36, but that seems to have disappeared now. It seems to have dried up. Channel 36 midband. You know, it's not what it used to be, guys. What gets me though, what I don't understand is, you know, all these radios, radios sell like hotcakes on eBay. You put a CB on eBay, it'll sell. You know, you can sell a CB, no problem. What gets me is if they're selling like hotcakes, who the hell's buying them and where are they all going? And why ain't anybody on? You know, why ain't anybody using them? That's what I'd like to know. Are they being collected and sent to foreign countries? I mean, as far as I know, you know, we're the only country in the world that can use CB 2781. And even we're secondary users. We're secondary users now to the Ministry of Defence, and that's in Ofcom's official paperwork. Now let me go back to the chat, see what. I'm not ignoring you there, Graham. Certainly not, my friend. I am coming back to you now. Right. There are lots that look similar. They look similar. People like to disguise the NATO 2000 with Rotel 2000, Rotel 240 fronts, I know. But it never did anything, did it? I mean, would you, if you were a frequency policeman and you went to somebody's house because you'd got called out over erroneous radio communication, dodgy radio communications, you know, oh shit, you know, are you going to, you know, you're going to flick all the switches, aren't you? You're not just going to look at it and say, oh yeah, it's a Rotel. You're going to flick all the switches, and as soon as you turn that multiband switch, that band switch with the 6 bands on it, or whatever it was 5, the ABCD switch. As soon as you turn that, you're gonna know. You know, you're gonna know. As soon as you turn that, you're gonna know. You know, but I believe them Rotels came into the country. Not Rotels. Then NATOs came in. I believe they came in as straight FM sets. And I think you had to unplug two chips you had to unplug and then plug them back in different sockets or something daft. You know, I know they came in. I know you had to configure them when you got them because they came in as just UK 1 to 40, didn't they? I believe they came into. I think most of them came in from Isle of Man, didn't they? Isle of Wight or whatever. I think it was Isle of Man most of them came in from. I know a friend of mine, when we were kids, he got one off his brother. His brother was a lot older than him. He got one off his brother. I'll read all that in a minute, Graham. His brother, he got one off his brother, and his brother brought it in through Germany, and that was before the legalisation. That was in the night. That was in about 78, 79, and that was a Midland 4001 AM. He brought that in. He just brought it in his kit bag. He brought a couple of them in, because he got one for my friend Colin, and he got one for his cousin Sean. Because Colin said to me, come round on Christmas days, because I never used to like to disturb anybody Christmas Day. I still don't. And he says, come round Christmas morning, he says. Anyway, so I went round, and it was weird. I went round, and his mum made me give me a glass of orange juice and a couple of biscuits. She was lovely, his mum. Dad was nice as well. The whole family were. I got to know him because he used to hang around with his sister Christina, and I borrowed his bicycle without his permission, and he wasn't very happy. But I says to him, I says Christina said I could borrow your bicycle. I says I didn't steal it, and he was all right with me after that. I said if I'd stole it, I wouldn't have come back with it. She wanted to go for a bike ride and asked me if I'd go with her. I don't have a bicycle, so she said, we'll borrow our Collins, he's at school. And when he come home, he noticed it wasn't there, and then we turned back up. He weren't very happy, but he was alright with me afterwards, and we got on great, became good friends. And I went in his house, and he had, in his parlour, he had this desk with a car seat in front of it. Don't know what he wanted the car seat for. A DV27 on a biscuit tin and a Midland 4001 Precision Series on the desk. And he says to me, he says, you have to sit in this car seat. He says, I said, I'm not sitting in that. I says, I'll look like a dick. I says, I'll sit on the corner of the desk, so I'll plonk my ass on the corner of the desk. I was only about 12 or 13. I plonked my ass on the corner of the desk. I picked the mic up and I switched it on. I said, what do I do now? He says, hang on. He says, I'll just phone our Sean, he says. He says, I'll phone our Sean, he says. He says, I'll tell him to turn his on.
Well, not chocolate under.
Yeah. He says, I'll tell him to turn his on. So, anyway, he said, think of an handle. So I just came up with Apollo. And there was loads of them, so I changed it to Apollo 15. And now there's less of them, so I'm back to being playing old Apollo again. And, and I fell in love with it immediately. I thought, oh yeah, I've got to get one of these at my house, definitely got to find a way of getting hold of one of these. And they were pretty expensive back in the day. Anyway, let's read Graham's comment. And the comment underneath that even. What have we got? Let's put me glasses on. Where's my glasses? There they are. Well, there they are, on top of the radio. Let's have a look. I had the radio police once. I was causing TV high. They is not letting me. He asked to see my licence at my communicators radio and my new thunder pole, and said fine and left. Yeah, we used to have a licence in this country. I think. What's your name? I can't pronounce your name. Is it Azerty? We used to have to have a licence in this country to use CB radios. Yes, we did. We don't now. The licence was done away with in 2006, I believe, when it was deregulated. No, never mess with anything. Just saw what you had and went. Well, if you've got, I suppose if you've got the communicators, there actually was an import that looked like a communicators, weren't they, with Manikestrel on the front, very similar, AM, FM, high, mid, low. I've only ever seen one, but I know there was one. But I knew a few people. There was a friend of mine, and they took about I think it was about 10 grand worth of gear off him back in the day, because he got caught on low band. I used to be careful, me, Graham. I used to not tell anybody. Sarah, hello Sarah, I didn't see you there, love. Hello, honey. I didn't see you there. Yeah. If there's anybody else I've missed, I do apologise. It's not intentional. But yeah, a lot of people tried to disguise them, didn't they? I mean, I never bothered. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Graham, if I was unlucky enough to get caught, then I got caught. So be it. But I wanted the radio as it came out of the box. Not necessarily brand new, but I wanted it with this original front. That's why I said to David Clayton when he did that service for me that time, and he offered to put an original front on. I said, yeah, put an original front on, by all means. And for doing all that work, he only charged me a £5, but I gave him a tenner. I said, what do I owe you? I left it with him. I didn't expect him to do it there and then. I just said, yeah, I'll have a quick cup of tea with you and then I'll shoot off. Or a coffee or whatever, and I'll shoot off and I'll leave you to get on. So that's what I did. And how's Philip the Rock? Hey Christine.
What?
How's Lauder's pet rock?
It's getting there.
Oh, it's getting there, yeah, it's getting.
To play with it because she's been at work.
Yeah, she's not been able to play with it because she's not been able to have Philip out because she's been at work. Yeah, Philip the Rock. I've got some very strange relations, guys. Honestly, I have. I've got some very strange relations. I mean, weird. But yeah, he's doing well. He's doing well, Sarah. Thanks. Yeah, I believe he's thriving. Yeah, he's thinking of joining the Rolling Stones. Yeah, he's thinking of joining the Rolling Stones. Yeah. Yeah. I'll have that over here, Christine. What's that fucking dog chomping
He's
on
having his
now?
jumbo. He's finishing his jumbo off.
Every time he's like you, him. Every time I see him, he's eating.
What do you mean when you eat like me? I don't eat all the time.
Oh, I saw you this morning. You were troughing a bag of crisps.
Yeah, you're chopping bags of crisps as well.
I paid for the cunts. Anyway, and stop being so bloody thingy, Christine. I'm only winding you up. You know something? What I should have done. I should have got her a sense of humour for Christmas. Yeah, bring us a couple of bags through. I'll eat them later. Anyway, yeah, he's thinking of joining the Rolling Stones. Yeah. But I've never actually, well, I have. You know, I've had the police come to me, but they were the regular, the boys in blue. I've had them come to me over it. I think I got observed once when I lived in a tower block in Wythenshawe. There was a GPO van.
Yeah, Andy.
A yellow. Just put them on the side over there. I'll have them after. What flavour are they?
Plain.
Plain.
Yeah.
Have we got any other flavours?
No, they've all gone.
Plain. I won't mind. I didn't even find a plain in them the other night. But we're all said and done, guys. You know, they can't do much with the CB radio band, can they? I mean, they can't put anything on it because there's too many. I mean, they made millions of them, didn't they? They're still making them. They're still making like all these horrible shitting multi-norm sets that they make now. These crappy things that they make now. These so-called multi-norms. They've all got UK 1-40 on them. So, you know, and the government and Ofcom have decreed that we can all use our old radios as long as they're still going, the CB 2781 radios, while they're still working. But the thing is, there's people like us and people like me, Richard and Graham and a lot of other guys that are still bloody servicing the bloody things and repairing them. So they've got to be around. I mean, a 40-year-old radio is still going to be in another 40 years, isn't it? You know, if it's looked after. Because they were made so bloody good. You know, even the worst ones of the bunch, you know, still work to some degree today. But I think I can say this with some confidence. The worst radios I think ever made were made by Great, and I don't mean Great as in they were great. I mean Great as in the company was called Great. They covered things like the Lake Manxman, the Fidelity 1000, the Sapphire X2000. There was a Sapphire X4000 as well that had a 134 Cybernet chassis in it. I had a Sapphire 2000, X2000. They were crap. They were just a Fidelity 1000 with a few extra controls on them. Terrible sets. But like the Harvard Good Buddy or the Harvard Bad Buddy, as my mate Richard calls them. Calls them the Harvard Bad Buddy. They were terrible. They had the signal meter in sideways. I remember I was at a friend of mine once called Tommy Walsh, and I was mending a television for him. I'd gone to do his telly, and when I come out, his neighbour come out. He said, "Hey Andy," he said, "you couldn't have a look at the CB for me, could you?" I said, "What is it?" He says, "It's a Harvard Good Buddy." So I took it off him and I had it in my hand, and I'm looking at it, and I opened his black bin, and I just dropped it in his black bin. I said, "There you go, for water." And Tommy said to me when I seen him a few days later, he said, "I can't believe you did that." But I said, "That's rubbish." You know, there was an Alba version of it as well. And they also included that board in a bloody base station. One of the Harvard base stations had that board in it. I forget which one. But they were very unreliable. And there was another guy I used to speak to, and he lived at the back of us on a little road called Malacca Road, and we lived in Alderley Avenue in Wythenshawe at the time, and he lived on Malacca Road, and he had a diarrhea beige, he had a diarrhea brown Austin Allegro with a square steering wheel, or the Cortex steering wheel as they call it. It's really a square steering wheel, isn't it? Anyway, he had the Allegro with the square steering wheel, and he used to sit in that. He never had an aerial on his roof. He used to just sit in his car and just turn his engine over now and again to keep his battery charged up, and that's what he used to do. Anyway, moving on swiftly and quickly, and swiftly and quickly is the same thing. Moving on, I'm looking forward to seeing your video, Graham, on the Stalker 9. Very much looking forward, because I know you'll do something with it, that's for sure. It might have been a bit of a pain in the arse, but I know for a fact you'll sort it. If you can't sort that, nobody can. Yeah. But you did say you like a challenge, so you got a challenge. Yeah. I didn't think it was that bad, to be honest. But yeah. How did you get on with the little Midland that you had? Because I never really tested that. I plugged it in and it lit up, and that was about as far as I got with it. I think I checked the transmitter. It transmitted, but I never really made any notes or took it apart and did anything. I just plugged it in. It worked, and you came for the Stalker, and you decided to have that as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what you do with that Stalker, very much so. Glad to see you back, and I'm glad you're alright anyway, because I've not seen you. Like I say, I've been looking for your videos for the past couple of weeks and nothing's been up, so I'm glad it was only you were on leave and you weren't ill or anything. Absolutely. Yeah, he's alright, Graham, nice fella. Nice fella, yeah. Let's just have a look here. The Midland was a pain. Wow, what was wrong with the Midland? Why, what was wrong with the Midland? I know I didn't get much audio out of it on receive. That I do remember, because I think I said that to you, didn't I? It seemed a bit low on receive on volume. But I think it did transmit, but I can't remember. I'm sure it did. I think it transmitted, but I think it was. Oh, was in OTX? Right, with you now. Right, so nothing. No, right. Which one is it? Which one have I got that out? Which one had no bloody sound on it? Because unless I've got mixed up, which I probably have. I take it you got it sorted though, Graham. I mean, you know, they're a nice little radio then when they're working. Them little Midlands. I had one years ago. It was about the third AM set that I had them. What is it? 150. They also did it as a dual bander as well, free band. I've never seen one, but they did. Alright, so let me just read your comments. The Midland was a pain as well. No RX. Oh yeah, no RX. Yeah, there was no receive. And I said that to you, didn't I? But I think it was. Yeah, it was transmitting. Yeah, I knew. I thought it was right. Yeah, it had transmit but no receive. Low. There was fuck all. Yeah, that was a bit of an understatement from me, I will admit. Did I put it on when you were here? I can't remember. Did I put it on when you were here? The Midland had no RX. So what was actually wrong with the Midland? Given that it had on it, obviously it has now. Nothing, not a bean. So what was actually wrong with it, Graham? It'd be interesting to know. Did you do a video on it? Will we get to see a video on it? Be nice to see a video on it, because it'd be nice to know what was wrong with it, to be honest. Because I never got to investigate it. Because, you know, you came for the stalker and you had that at the same time. I think you had that more as more of an impulse buy. Oh, that's good. I look forward to the video. You got white noise. Yeah, just white noise and I won't spoil it. Right. I got a video coming sometime. Well, no, keep it to yourself then. I'll look forward to seeing the video. Yeah, don't spoil it. No, don't do that. Because if you tell me now, I won't feel like watching the video. Although I will still watch the video. It's, you know, I know the outcome, don't I? So no. Well, we've got this one done, lads and girls. Let's just have a look at it. Right? Put it this way. Go on. Put it this way. It was not an easy fix. They never are though, are they? I mean, you know, they never are really. I mean, sometimes you get lucky. You get a bloody blown output or a blown audio chip. You know, I've had them where they've had a big hole in the audio chip before today, and because the audio chips exploded for some daft reason. I've had that, and it's fairly obvious what the fault is. Replace the chip, and it usually comes back to life. But yeah, and then there are times when you get them and they're a real pig, and you can be there for ages. I bought a box of 6 or 7 of them a couple of years ago, and I bought a job lot. And amongst it was amongst it was a York 861, and at some point it had a modification chip put in, and then before I got it, somebody had taken the piggyback chip out, but they'd cut the board all over the place, and made a real mess around the PLL. And I straightened all that out, and then when I looked at the VCO, which should be 4 volts, I looked at the VCO, I couldn't get it to receive. When I set the VCO to 4 volts, I couldn't get it to receive. I could only get it to receive when I set the VCO to 6 volts, which was wrong. Because the manual wants you to set it to 4 volts. So I had a scrap chassis here from a Rotel 230, and I was looking round the York 861 and I spotted 3 legs sticking up out of the VCO wax. I just spotted 3 legs sticking up, and of course I scraped the wax away, and there should have been a transistor sticking out of there, but somebody had clipped it off. So luckily, because I had the spares, I was able to put them all back in, and I got that one working. But that was a real pain in the arse to do. Then I used it as a monitor set, and one of the transformers went open circuit at the back, and there was no transmit. And then so I started looking around again then. So anyway, I worked out after many days of head scratching. I worked out which transformer was open, and luckily I had a spare, so I popped that in. Peaked that as it should be, and that got the transmitter back to life. That's up in Lincolnshire now. I went to my mate Richard. I just sold him a box of rigs, and a box of working rigs. I just sold him a box of rigs to get him out of here, and they've gone, so he's ended up with that. But yeah, some of them, I mean, it's nice to get them where nobody's been in them, you know, where, you know, a screwdriver merchant hasn't been in there. I don't think anybody had been in that though, had they? I can't remember if I'd looked in it. I don't think I had. I'd have to look at my video that I did after I'd been to Goulburn, because I went through all them radios and I didn't check the Midland because it's an AM and I haven't got an AM generator, and I couldn't be asked pulling an AM rig out, but I haven't got an AM generator. I mean, at a pinch I could have done it with my FM generator there, but could have got something, just put it on the frequency and got something, but I didn't. Yeah, it was nice that though, because it come with the instructions and it come with the original mic. Yeah, the Midland was a genuine fault. Well, that's what you want really. I mean, genuine faults can be hard to find, but it is nice to get a genuine fault. You know, it is nice to get them, but they can be a bit of a bummer to find. Genuine faults. We don't like genuine faults. Well, we do, but we like them if they're easy. You know, like them if they're easy, guys. The manufacturers should take note when they make things, make the faults so that crop up that they're easy. The televisions were dead easy back in the day. You know, the anything that went wrong, it was a stock fault. It was a genuine fault. It was an intentional fault. It was put there intentional, so that your television would break down. I mean, Fawn, BRC stroke Fawn, they were accused of injecting mercury into the electrolytic capacitors to cause them to fail a bit earlier. And of course they did. The only company I know of, and there was only one, the only company I know of that didn't put stop faults in, and the tellies lasted absolutely ages, was Sony. Them Sony Trinitrons never seemed to break down. And if they did, it was usually a dry joint in a power supply that killed them. But all the rest of them, they used to put stop faults in, and the stop faults were listed in the back of the service manual for the service engineer. You know, when you look in the back of a manual and it says troubleshooting guide, that's them telling the engineer what the fault is. Check this. Check before checking anything else. Check this. Check C5 or C3005 or whatever it may be. Check that first, because that is probably what the fault is, because we know that because we've set that component so that it will fail. It's like them dog bone resistors that were put in music centres, and they were really cheap. Fidelity used them. Look like a miniature dog bone. They're just two pieces of metal with a piece of carbon in between them crimped on. Horrible things. I mean, I don't have the time, but I have done the odd one where I've come across one of those, come across a load of those in an amplifier, and I've actually replaced every single one of them with carbon film or whatever, much better resistors. I'm not going to say it makes the amp work any better, probably didn't make any difference, but at least you know them resistors ain't going to bloody fail, not for another 50 years or not anyway. But at the end of the day, guys, I mean these old fellas, some of these will be eligible for their pension. Some of the bloody AM ones will be. I've got a, what do you call it, one in the cupboard. I've got a 23 channel, they're collectible and all them. A 23 channel AM, a Midland 23 channel SSB, and it's full of transistors and crystals. I mean, there's no phase loop lock in it. It doesn't have any PLL or out like that in it. It's all done with crystal switching and transistors and God knows what else is in there. And it's a 240 volt rig as well. It can be used as a mobile or a base station. I bought it off Chris All the Gear No Idea one year at Goldborn. I bought 5 or 6 rigs off him. I bought 5 or 6 rigs and I got them for a £5 a throw. You know, but at the end of the day, guys, you know, yeah, some of these radios are bloody pensioners now. But like my old Midland, it still works good. There's a video on here, me having a chat with somebody on it, and it does work good still. I could do with having that serviced actually. That might be a job for you if you'll do it, Graham. Because I'm no good at sideband. I understand how it works, but I haven't got the gear for doing sideband. You know, I'd rather give it to somebody to do for me, and pay them rather than me do it and not get it right. So I could really do with that. Being given a tune up. I mean, it is on frequency. You know, it is on frequency and it's doing the right amount of power. I'd just like to have it serviced at some point. Next time you come here, I'll pass it over to you if you'll do it for me. And perhaps make a video on it. Very rare. Very rare, and you know, like I say, when I got it, it was a 120 volt rig. But I changed the transformer, and it's all you need to change. You just change the power transformer to one that's 240 volts in, and the one I put in it was 16 volts out, but by the time it got to the regulator it was 13.8, which is what we want, you know, and it works absolutely lovely, sort of, but it could do the service and all that. Nice one. Yeah, because I don't do sideband. I mean, I have repaired a couple of SSB radios, but they've been genuine faults. Like the Marco, I replaced a Darlington in that, and I've replaced audio chips, and I think I gave that Marco a bit of a tune up, but didn't touch the SSB section. Just dealt with the, because it was as deaf as a post when I got it, and I do actually have the export manual, the radios here, the export manual radio book somewhere. It was over near that where a jukebox is, but everything's been moved around since that came in. Yeah, a quick update on the jukebox. It's been working fine, guys, since it came from the Mildred, and I've done all the, I mean, the mechanism, there was nothing wrong with the mechanism to begin with, because the Mildred's good with mechanisms. He did the mechanism, and the mechanism was all perfect. I rewired the tone arm because the tone arm wires were a bit scraggy, so I rewired that. It's had a new stylus. I rewired the leads I rewired the plug that goes from the mechanism to the amplifier to feed the tone arm, because that had been bodged, not by the Mildred, it had been bodged many years ago. The two live sides of the cartridge had been wired, had been paralleled up, so I unparalleled, I just snipped it, I just unparalleled them and wired everything accordingly as it needed to be, and that seems to be, I rewired the speakers, and then when I thought I was finished, it just wasn't right. When you turned it up, it sounded shrill. Oh, and I had to replace the volume control. When you turned it up, it sounded shrill. And when you made a selection, you could hear the search unit whirring through. You could hear the whirring of the search unit through the pickup. And it turns out that what Roami do, they actually wire one channel of the cartridge out of phase. There's one channel, the left channel of the speakers is wired out of phase, and the left channel of the pickup cartridge is wired out of phase. So therefore, if you wire it in phase like I did, because I thought there's 2 speakers in the bottom, there's 3 speakers in the top, because there's 2 at the front in the top and 2 at the side. The tweeters are either in the front or in the side. I thought, right, well, that's going to be. I thought that's going to be wired in phase. And I just sat there one day and I thought, I'm not happy with it. I'm just not happy with the sound. I had to have the bass full up, the treble in the middle. Anyway, so I thought, what I'll do, I'll have a look in the manual. I've got the service manual, so I looked in the service manual. And my suspicion was right. The tone arm is supposed to be wired out of phase on the left hand channel. So I did it as the manual required. Bloody hell, man, I had to turn the bass down. I put the bass on medium, and even on medium everything still rattles. So now the bass is set on minimum. There's plenty of it. It's not, you can't accuse it of not having enough bass. And I forget where I set the treble. I've not looked. I think that's full. I think the treble's on full, but I'm not sure. And the balance is bang in the middle where it should be. So the 2 channels are balanced nice. So that's that done. And I am looking at another one that the Mildred's got, but I don't know if I'm going to get it because I think he might be going to use it for parts to repair another one that he's got. And he's got a Roami Diplomat, and he's having a lot of trouble with that because everything was unplugged, and the power supply was knackered, the transformer was knackered. So he bought another power supply, and he brought that round here for me to put an off switch on it in the right place and to just check it really. So I put 110 volts into it from the Variac, because they're a 110 volt, they have an auto transformer in the bottom. So I put 110 volts in it from the Variac, and I've got 110 volts at the sockets. Well, actually I put 120 volts in it because the amplifier wants to see 117. It's a valve amp in that, but it's a lovely arrangement in that. It's a valve preamp and a valve power amp. We'll be seeing a video on the power amp. The preamps don't usually give any trouble. They've got really good capacitors and stuff in them. They don't really give any trouble. But the power amps do. They've got little chief power amp, little chief capacitors in for the cathode coupling. There's 2 in either channel. The cathode coupling capacitors, and they go leaky, and they're usually always little chief, and they go leaky. So they'll be coming out, and some new capacitors will be going in there, and the amp will be given a full recommission, and we can power it up on the Variac and have a listen to it as well. Plug an MP3 player or something in and have a listen. Plug it into the MP3 player into the test sockets and have a listen. They sound really good, them valve power amps and jukebox power amps. They sound really good. Especially the Beam Echo ones that we used in Balamis. Them Beam Echo ones, if you get one of them, you sat on a bit of a fortune. You sat on a good few £100 if you get one of those. I missed out on 4 of them. A few years ago I missed out on 4 of them. A friend of mine had 4 on his website. My friend Leon in London, he had 4 on his website. All no valves on them, they just needed rebuilding. And but they weren't even there a day. By the time I'd fired off an email to him, because I couldn't get him in the day, he was at work. So I fired off an email to him, keep those amps, I'll have them anyway. By the time he read my email, which he did when he came in from work, he had his tea and he did all his business. By the time he read it, they'd sold. Somebody had bought them, you know, and somebody had gone straight onto his site and bought them. And I didn't do it, I should have done. But, you know, because I know him on a personal level and he's a friend, I just phoned him up. It's like my power lead I needed for my amplifier for this, with the 3-pin plug on it. I just phoned him up and he put me one in the post. When I wanted my stylus, rather than mess about having to put all my details in because I've got his number, I just phoned him up. And his wife answered and she said, yeah, just put the money in PayPal and I'll get the stylus out for you tomorrow. You know, and that's how it was done. Let's just quickly, and what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to move back over there because we're getting ready for going soon. So I'm going to slide back over here, look. And there's the jukebox there, as you can see. How did the Mildred get his name? How did the Mildred get his name? Let's go back to camera 1. How did the Mildred get his name? The Mildred got his name because he whinges, he's like a woman. No disrespect to women, by the way, but he's like a woman, he whinges. So he got nicknamed the Mildred. I mean, he calls me Trumpton. You don't want to know why, although you can probably guess. You know, but you know, yeah. It's like my mate in Newcastle, Derek. I call him YI Man. You know. When I phoned him up, I said, hello YI, how are you doing, you know. I rang him up one night and his wife answered. I said, before she could speak, I said, good evening YI Man. She says, it's not YI Man, she says, it's YI Woman. She says, is that Andy? I says, it is, love, yes. She says, Derek, she says, it's that mad monkey wants you. Yeah. Let's turn my power supply off. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I've got all this stuff on, and I'm not a rich man, you know. Let's turn this lot off. Don't need any of that on now. Yeah. So I think tomorrow night, guys. Yeah, I think the LC. I keep saying the LCLs. They were made by Mickey. Some weren't they, them communicators, some of them were LCL. But the Planet 2000 stroke communicators stroke Manikestrel is now done. That can be now put on the shelf. And when somebody says, please Mr. Andy sir, could you furnish me with a nice UK 1-40 FM CD radio? I can say yes. Have that. I want to check the final power though, because I'm not sure if it's my meter that's shagged or whether there's a problem with that, but I want to check it on my other meter. I've got a, what do you call it, I've got another meter, I forget who it's made by, but it's a good quality one.
See you tomorrow, Andy.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Christine.
I'll put stuff in the dryer.
Right, it's made by,
Not a lot in tonight.
right, I'm trying to speak.
Alright, see ya.
What did you say?
Not a lot in tonight, it's just load of clothes.
Right. Anyway, basically, I've gone and lost my thread now. Gone and forgot what I was talking about now, guys. I hate getting interrupted. I really do. It does me head in because, yeah. Anyway, getting back to it. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say it's completely gone out of my head now, guys. You know, but yeah, like I say, that mod must have already been done on that. Even though it left the factory completely, left the factory as it should be. Maybe the early ones are okay. It might be just the late ones that have the delay on them. I don't know. But I like the look of them communicators as stroke planets. I like the look of them. I think they look really good. It's like the Binatone or however you call it, Binatone. 5-star, you know, they look really nice. They're a nice looking radio. A lot of the American radios, a lot of the, you know, I think the nicest looking radios ever made. I don't expect everybody to see eye to eye with me, obviously not. But I think the nicest CB radios ever made were the Midland Precision series. They were, you know, they had the duck egg blue and silver mic. They had the graticules on the channel channel knob. You know, the 4001 had that was the biggest of them, but there were some export models of that, because all the standard models, whether they be American AM or FM or UK FM, all had Macs on board to them. But there was a version of them that came with sideband and high, mid and low on them, and a friend of mine's got a couple of them, and they had Cybernet boards in them. I can't remember what Cybernet board, but they had the Cybernet export boards in them, as they're known as. There was also a UK FM version of the Colt 444. It looks like a Colt 444, but it's FM only, and it's got the UK stamp on it, the government stamp of approval. It's got that on it. What else? But yeah, a lot of what came into the UK as UK spec sets, you know, they were based on other models that weren't UK spec, like the Midland Precision series. You know, they did the version for the UK, and they're actually, the boards are completely different. The power plug's different. Because they have a Maxon power plug, as they call it, on the UK ones, and the American ones they had a Uniden style plug. I've got a 2001 here, and I would like to get another case for it. The radio works, it works perfectly, but the case is tatty. Somebody's been at it with a power tool, and the front's scabby as hell, so, and all the graticules are worn off the channel change knob. So I would like to get another front for that, and another top and bottom case. Make that radio look good, because it works brilliantly. That in fact, that radio is there. That radio was in that box. It was actually in that box of 6 radios I bought a couple of years ago, and it didn't work. It didn't work because somebody had been at the VCO and the PLL, and somebody had soldered around the PLL and played with the VCO. So when I got it, I didn't know what to start with. Do I start with the VCO or do I start with the PLL? I started with the VCO, and the radio appeared to work. Well, you know, once I managed to, you know, once I set it and got it to lock, it worked. And Steve was here that day. We put the bloody thing back together, and when I put it back together, the damn thing wouldn't transmit. And when I took it apart, it would transmit. So I checked for something hitting the lid, and it wasn't. Not that I could see. There was no extra length leg components sticking up and hitting the lid. And then I thought, well, what I'll do, I'll have a play around. I left it for now, and then a couple of days later, I got back to it. I thought, what I'll do, I'll actually take the PLL out. I'll take the PLL out completely, and I'll clean the whole area where the PLL is, because it was completely a mess. There could have been 2 points shorting together when the board flexed or anything, so I cleaned it up. I cleaned it up as best as I could get it. I put the chip back in, and it's worked perfectly ever since, even with the tops on. It's worked perfectly ever since. And in fact, actually, guys, before we go, what we can do, we can get if I can do this without having to get another mic, because I think these are standard Cyber now, and it's all screwed together. That's the little 2001, but as you can see, look, somebody's chopped the case away there, and on that side someone's chopped it away. I have made it look a bit better. I have cleaned it up and made it look a bit better, but why someone felt the need to do that, I don't think this was a Midland. Well, I think it was, but I don't think these are the cases for this particular radio. Let's turn our power supply back on. Because what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to connect. Oh, I can't. There's no socket on the back for the power. Hang on, guys, I need to go for a wee. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go to the bog. I can't, can I? Because there's no socket on the back for the power. That's the problem with that as well. I need to order. Richard does those. I need to order one in. Move. Move. Yeah, I can't, can I, guys? Because yeah, because there's no. Yeah. See if the socket's pushed inside. That doesn't want to come out. That one does. Right, now get a screwdriver under that, just lift it slightly. It should help out, it should help get that out. There we go. There we go. Hey guys, let's have a look. But this is, yeah, I'm undoing the right side. See if it's got the remains of the socket in there. If it has, I'll be able to plug it in. It's just the bits that grip to the case that were broken. They always went on these. They weren't really that well made. Yeah, look at hell. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, model number 77. Yeah. I can't read all that. Yeah, dead small. Yeah. February 1982. A lot of these Midlands were 1982. I mean, I don't think I've seen one from 1981, apart from the American ones. The speaker's not even soldered on. Right, so let's have a look around where the plug is. It might not even have a bloody plug in it. It hasn't. It hasn't, guys. The plug's been taken out. Yeah. The plug's been taken out. The speaker's been left unwired. But yeah, if I undo this, I can show you what I did. Might as well. I mean, there's not really a lot of value in this, which is a shame really. It'd be nice to get another one, because this does work perfect. But I need to, I'm pretty sure I'll clean the holes out for the plug. Because the plug comes with a bit of wire on it. Because what he does, he makes them up himself. He's got all the tooling for making them up, Rick, so he makes them up as you need them. Right, let's go back to camera 4. Would help, wouldn't it? It would help to go back to camera 4. So now we know why the Mildred got his name. Because he whinges. But he's a good mate though, he's a really, really top guy. Right. So we've got one here and one here. That's 2 ears. Right, as you can see guys, we've got the negative one there. And we've got the positive one there. Or at least I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's just get the test meter. Because that should be yeah. Yeah. See, I don't actually have a lead. I'm wondering, you know, if I can just do what most people do and fire this up. I've got any spare leads. Well, I won't find it in there, they're components. They're going to be anywhere. So I've got that one there. I don't want anything too heavy. I've got that's test leads, I don't want to chop that up. We'll use this one. Yeah. Get that back in there. I pulled the bloody USB lead out of the drawer, thinking it was a speaker lead that had to stay in there. That had to stay out of there. There we go. Right. I'm going to drop my wires. I'm going to do some sorting out in here tomorrow, guys. Right, well, we've got this wire here. We've got this here. And yeah, we've got this, we can use this. There's no fuse on it, but we can add a fuse at a later date. We can use that. and we can clip them down. Don't know where my little clippers have gone. All on it. All on here somewhere. What we'll do, we'll clip that. So basically what we want is just the end off, so that we can, this should be right. There we go. That's not as thick as it looks, that wire. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. There we go. And all we do there is we and that's the negative there. And it goes right down. I'll tell you what, guys. Yeah, it would help put the negative in, wouldn't it? Don't want to get it wrong, do we? Where's the positive? Might end up putting the positive in first. I want to tighten the wires a bit more. See, I'm not worried about getting it through there. I'll deal with that in a minute. Right, so there's your if I can leave that like that. No, that's good. So that's coming through. That's good. Now where's a piece? I need a piece of freaking solder now. Well, this could be some challenge. Oh, there we go. Right, I wonder if we've still got anybody watching. There we go. Solder. There you go. Will do. Now the negative. Now that negative, that is a pain, because that, you can't tin them because they're a bit too thick, so if you put solder on them you won't get them through. The negative is right down there, and it's right in between now. It's gonna yeah, guys, this is difficult. This is difficult. because you can see the hole. But once the bloody wire's down there, you can't see fuck all. Once the wire's down there, you can see it. Can I move that capacitor over? What about that coil? Can I move that for a minute? Just get a bit of clearance. I mean, I can see the hole. Don't get me wrong, guys, I can see right through it. The hole's dead clean. I mean, the wire will go through. It's just a matter of no, that didn't go in. And I can't tin it because I won't get it through. And that's definitely the right hole. That in? No. I'll tell you what, you know, guys. It's hard to see. It's very, very difficult to see. Let's just get some of this solder off here. I think that some of this solder can come off. Yeah. Let's just get rid of this bit of. Right. That's good. I did have some, what do you call it, somewhere, but I don't know where they've gone. Excuse me. Oh, I've snapped the end off my bloody meter now. Oh, I don't believe I've done that. I have to re-grind that down. Never mind, shit happens. What an idiot. But at least we got the hole through anyway. That didn't. Yeah, that's not the probe on mine. They're a bit sharp anyway. But I'll just get the file on that. So we can get through there. What it's basically doing, it's the wire's bending. Yeah, the wire's actually bending, guys. It's what I don't want to do is feed another wire through. Well, has that gone in? No, it hasn't. You fucker. It is long enough to go through. It's just getting. I mean, wow. Getting that through there is a real pain. Because you're having to get it in between other wires. Still not gone through. I think I'm going to have trouble with this, guys. Wow, this is giving it a bit more there. It's like trying to thread a bloody needle. So you can't see. See, when you're down there, you can't see where the wire is. Make sure it will go through. It doesn't, does it? Tell you what we'll do. What we'll do. What we'll do, we'll take a couple of these strands off. The other one went through, but the other one might have been a bit bigger. And let's twist that back up, because we're not worried about the stragglers, so twist up with them. There we go. Now see if that'll fit through the hole. Perfect. So it was a bit, wire's a bit thick anyway, so. With that being said, this now should get it through. There you go, guys. I'm not going to be able to cut that because I can't find my small clippers. So what we'll do, we'll bend that over. We're good enough for what we're doing. turn that over. That'll do. Perfect. That's good enough. Now what we do, just pull that through there and just put a knot in it so it doesn't pull through. I'll do for now. I'll do. Yeah, just feed them through. Turn that through. That mic should work as a Cybernet, I believe. There we go. Pull that knob off there a bit. There we go. That knob there is rubbing on the thing. Could do felts behind it. No, I don't know if we've got anybody left on here. Oh, 15 watching still. Oh, well, we've still got some on here then. Right. So let's unplug this LCR. Let's plug in the Midland. And the good thing about these power supplies, if you do get it the wrong way around, it'll blow your bloody rig up hopefully. Nope, that's working. So what we need to do next is oh shit, I've got to melt it down into there again. Wonder what, yeah, it's not the right, well that's a bit loose. Ooh. There we go. Plug this in to this. See, this will tell us it's Cybernet wired. Don't ever press the mic without an aerial in it. Now let's see what this does. Last time I used this radio it did transmit. And it does, it goes right over, so therefore there's a problem with that LC. There's a problem with this. Because we go to that meter, guys, right across more or less 4 watts. Well, just over 4 watts. Yeah, we're doing just over 4 watts. What channel are we on? 20. Yeah. Yeah, but I had to replace. Yeah, I had to replace I had to do quite a bit of work on this. I had to do the PLL. I had to do the VCO. Let's connect the speaker to it. Connect the speaker to it. one on. That's the other one. I mean, back in the days, you just put decent speakers in them and all, not nowadays, I put crap in them. Now we should get. There we go. Yeah, that's going right across that. See what the power balance is like. One and 40. Bit out of balance, but not bad. Just check the receive. Yeah. And that one, I want 2 So basically, guys, oh, this LCR must be faulty. This Planet 2000 must be faulty because we're getting right across there. We're getting full deflection. Yeah, because we're getting 4 or 5 watts. I mean, this meter's not exactly accurate. Turn the test meter off. So we're probably going to be revisiting that anyway. Let's plug this. Yeah, so we'll put the top back on that for now. Right, let's put this back on here. And this one's not even doing anywhere near that. Plug this back in. I mean, it is working, but it's transmitting, but not as much as what I think it should. Right, so let's key this up now. Yeah, you see, look, we're well under 4 watts. Well under 4 watts. Yeah. We'll go to, where's the low power switch? There it is. Let's just unplug this middle end. There we go. Then we're not got it in the way. But what I'm wondering is, that's the wrong way around, but it doesn't matter. So let's move this. Put this over here. Right. Oh. Now let's take this back apart. We'll have a quick we'll have a quick shufty. Make sure I don't lose the rubbers. That's one's gone. It's down there on the floor, pick that up after. Right, put them on top of that meter so I don't lose them. Move that. Right. Let's take the screws back out. Let's turn it off. Let's whip the screws out so we can check both sides. I've got a feeling, guys, that there is a problem because it could be the transistor that's a bit weak. Could be the driver that's a bit weak. Could even be a bad cap. We'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, because they do 4 watts. See, what I don't understand is somebody so you put that down there. What I don't understand is this resistor here. And I can't move that around any further, I'm going to have to work with it this way. Right, that resistor there, somebody I'm sure has disconnected. That lead, let me just file this down a bit to a point. Fancy snapping that. Oh fuck it, as it is. Right, so what we'll do, we'll connect the lead, the meter back on, put the meter there so I can see it. Right, go on to ground, let's turn it on. Where's my yellow clip? And they're not a floating chassis, these. So 12.6. Right. 12.6 there. .6 in that way. Got 45 volts on that. That drops to 9, I'm going to key that up. That's not right. I wonder, we can't get any adjustment. So look at that transformer at the front here. Let's have a look at the front. Let's take the top off. There's definitely something not right. Let's desolder the speaker. That's it. Shift that out of the way. Right. Now, just move these out of the way for a minute. I'll leave that out of the way. Right. Now, L2, we're not getting anything from L2. Unplug. No, I'll leave it plugged in. I tried to adjust L2 and L2 didn't give any adjustment, and it's supposed to be one of the transmitters. L2, and I didn't get anything from it, so is L2 open? I think that's L2 there. So there, because, yeah, that's it there. There it is. Now let's see if we can test L2. See if L2 is open, see if it will tell us. It might not tell us on here, it should do. So, look at there. Yeah. But I also want to know that's been cut through. It's 3.32 ohms or 3 watts. Yeah, 3.32. It's near enough there. Well, we know the transistor's working. Hi Paul, I didn't see you there, mate. Late on tonight, mate. Hope you are doing okay, buddy. Yeah, no worries, mate. Thanks. Yeah, we're good, mate. We're just We're just trying to fault find this CB. I'm sure there's a fault here. Because we can't get it any higher. I think it's... That's not showing us open. It could also be short, but I don't know. It's the same all the way around it. Let's find another one. Here's one. That's 5 somewhere. I'm wondering, guys, is that short? I'm wondering if that's short. That coil, that transformer. Because we're getting bags of receive. The problem isn't with receive. Right, so let me see if I can find me sucker. I can't turn the powered sucker on at this time, it's a bit too noisy. Let's see if I can find the manual one. If I can find that, then I can mess about with it now. If not, I'll have to come back tomorrow and have a play. But the sucker should be on here. Where are you? Should be on here, it usually is. Dum 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 dum. I found that stylus to Mildred once. Found that. I don't know. There's my thing for me, proper thing for me soldering iron. So I'll get rid of that daft base and bring the other bloody base back out. It's on here somewhere, guys, but there it is. Right, let's just sort this soldering iron out. Get rid of that thing. Try and get some of this stuff so that I can. There we go. And this belongs in there, like that. And that should just push in. Just rest that there a minute. That's it. So it just goes in there like that. And that's the proper base for that. And that's me smart meter thing at the floor. Oh, Christ. Right, so let me get this now. I've got this now, guys. So we want to Right. Let's just put a bit more solder on that one. That's not very good. And I'm going to have trouble lifting. I don't want to lift the pad. Don't want to damage the board. But what we'll do that. We'll come back and we'll do that. Right. See if that lift out. Should be this one here. Oh, the top's come off. Make sure I don't lose the top. Might be well. Gotcha. Right, well we didn't break it anyway. We didn't break it, we'll clean the holes out thoroughly before it goes back in. Now let's get this. Yeah. Which ones are there? There's 3. Doesn't matter which way that goes on. Well, it does actually. That has to go the right orientation, doesn't it? Otherwise it won't go in. We'll deal with that in a minute. Right. Now, the middle one isn't used. 2 end ones are used. It's okay. I wonder if we've got a short in this. one way to find out, isn't there? Just try it with it off. Try it with it out. No, it doesn't even transmit with that out. So that is part of the transmitter. See now, I've got to say that's okay. Let's clean the holes back out so we can stick that back in. Can you clear all the crap off of here? There we go. Now what we do is we pop the we've got no blockages. Which was those sharp instruments about, because it would probably even be electrolytic. It's gone in. Now push our top on. There we go, that's lovely. Solder. Try and keep the piece that we've pulled off the roll. What we'll do, we'll the middle one isn't used. There we go. Let's turn that back on now, see if we get a transmit. Let's see why we shouldn't. Yeah. Right. So basically, I wonder if there's a problem. Let's just get the transmitter adjustment tool. Get the transmitter tool for adjusting these. And I'm going to wind it all the way out and then start down. So we should get some movement. And we don't. What if the second out does? Doesn't make any difference. I wonder if we've got a bad capacitor somewhere nearby. These are transmitter as well. Let's wind that down a bit. Right, now that's working now. Right, that's peaked. So that's okay. That one's peaked. I'm going to go down and come back up. There we go. Come up, there we go. Leave that one there for a minute. Right, that one's now gone over there. That's, see if we can adjust. That's peaked. And that's peaked. Right, so we'll turn that back down. So in order to get that one down, and so that adjusts that now. And that's peaked. Now that's how we'll go this one. Whoa. It's peaked. It's coming up. It's coming up. And we know that one there, if we adjust that one, it's all or nothing. Get the heat on the output transistor. Not a lot. Right, so what we'll do next, we'll get the other. I mean, this might be just one of those. That's turning it down. That's turning it down. I'm going to leave that there for a minute. But I can put them all back. That's putting that down. Right. Just get the soldering iron because I need to melt the wax in that one. There we go. Just hope I've not chewed the end of the tool. No, I haven't. Right, so we're down now. That's that. And that. And there. Then we've got this one here. Let's try and widen that one in. It's gone all the way down now. So we're only getting just over 3 watts. Right. What's this? What's this adjuster here? That's not what I thought it was for low power. It could be for low power actually. Not the low power adjuster. No. So well, basically, let's try, because these are known for being interactive. Yeah, we're not even getting 3.5 out of it. It's a bit more. And that one there. Don't really get anything out of that one. I'll turn that one down. So the meter's going to go off. Yeah, that's it. That's peaked. Oh. That's everything there is okay. Let's put on channel 40, check the balance. Right. That's channel 1. Mm. Forty. One. And a little bit out. So put it back on. So put on 40 and adjust. Just balance the power a bit. I think that's probably about as good. See what we get there now. I think it's only going to be where the other one that is. We need to take that in a bit more. That's it. That's it. That's balanced. That's balanced. That's channel 1. It's 40. That's as balanced as we're going to get it. Channel 20. There we go. Now see if we can just set the power. There's balance down here. Just see if we can. Nope. Level. That's as good as we've got to get. So it's just starting to warm up now, that. Oh well. The power's balanced anyway. There's channel 1. It's channel 4, so it's a bit more 40 than there is on 1. But a bit less on 40. So we're slightly. As good as we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Let's see what we got there now. Now if I bring one. That's the one. But we're actually not bad there now. Bring this back slightly. That's there. That's there. Yeah, we're only getting just over 3 watts out of it. Well, just over 3 watts. Yeah, just a smidge over 3 watts. We're not going to get 3.5 watts out of it. So we need to look. There, I've got a message. It looks like WhatsApp, so it could be Paul. Oh well. Right, just a minute, guys. Just need to reply to this. Right. Anyway. Right, let's get back to this. So, 3 watts is the most we can get out of it. Let it cool down, because they do drop as they warm up, these things. So we'll let it cool down and we'll go for it again. Yeah, just over for, yeah, when it's cold it's just over 3 watts. Just under 3.5 watts. But yeah, I don't know. What I'll have to do is have a look at them. I'll have to get the manual on this and find out what the reject figures are, because there will be a reject figure that'll tell you to reject it if the power is if the power is too far low. It'll tell you to reject and look for a look for a repair, look for a fault. It'll mean there's a problem. But the receiver's all done, so this call was okay. Just turned out to be very there's not really much scope on the adjustment, but we have peaked that. We've done the rest of them, and that's as much as we can do, really, guys. There's not really a lot we can do, unfortunately. I mean, that Midland could be putting out 5 watts for all I know. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to get my other meter tomorrow. In fact, I'll go and get it now, actually. What have we got on here now? Just stabbed myself in the hand with the tweezers. Good time. Yeah, good night, Jules. Yeah, you off now, honey. Alright, good night. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm just going to run in the front room, well, in the shack, and I'm going to get my other meter. And I'm going to check it against my other meter, which I know is pretty much accurate. So we'll go and get the Revex meter and we'll check it against that. Right. Let's see what this meter tells us. Because I know that meter there is not most accurate. And I've done some repairs on that meter. Mind you, that wasn't tight. On that side, it's got 4 sockets on this, so you've got to make sure you plug the fucking thing in right. My dummy load works. As crude as it looks, it works. Click that switch over to that side. That's what we want. Now let's put this meter on top of here. And let's have a look. So we want set that. You can just look at the SWR, should be right. Yeah, it barely moves. And power, 3 watts. So it's actually doing 3 watts. It's doing on low power. And then let's flick it to low power. Yeah, 1.5 watts. Well, and I don't think there's a bloody adjuster. See, I can find out now whether this is low or high power adjustment. Doesn't adjust the power meter, does it? It does. It does adjust the power meter, that. Yeah, that's for the power meter. I don't think there's any power, any high or low power adjustment on these. Just have a look at that switch while I'm here. Roger Bleep. No, the other side of the switch isn't used, so that's got it to 3 watts. It's just under. Yes. Yeah. That's a bit more, that's 3. That's there, and this one. Don't get much movement out of this one. Well, it's balanced anyway, that's as good as it's going to get, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's weird. So we're doing 3 watts. Put this back to, yeah, just over 3 watts. Let's see what this Midland's doing. Let's connect this Midland back up and see what this Midland's doing. Be interesting to see what that Midlands do. That might be the wrong way. Yeah. Let's see what the Midlands doing. Because I can't get that thing over 4 watts. Over 3 watt, over 3.5 watts. It's just over 3 watts, so let's see what we got here. Well, that's doing 5 watts. Yeah, that's doing 5 watts. So that's doing 5, it shouldn't be, but it is. So we can there's no low or high power on these guys. So what we'll do, we'll peak it first. It's VCO. That's good. I'm not sure that one is. That's good. That's good. And I know that one has a transmitter one. That's it. And then just so that's 4 watts. Let's go to 40. Just balance the power. Come off a little bit, there we go. A bit dim the light on that, but it's working. Back down a bit more. That's it. Turn that up to 1. That's about right. That's 4 watts. Let's go to channel 20. That's just a smidge over 4 watts. That's just a smidge over 4 watts. And we know this meter's pretty accurate. So that's why I use it in the shack. So now we've set that to 4 watts. What I can do now, I can plug this back into my other meter. Ooh, they're hot. Plug them back into my other meter. And see what reading we get from that one. So we want to see 4 watts really. So I know we won't. We should see 4 watts on that meter as well, but we never do, it's not as accurate. So that's key. We turned on still, we're on 20. And yeah, we're just over 4 watts. Yeah, we're just over 4 watts, but this meter's a bit generous. So we're just over 4 watts. So but that's where we're up to, guys. I'm going to leave it there for tonight. That meter's a bit dim. Need a bit of brighter bulb in that. I'm going to leave it there, guys, because it's getting on a bit now. And it's getting on a bit now. And it's time. I got me supper and stuff. I don't even know what time it is. Wow, 11:15. We've been on for a bit, haven't we, guys? Anyway, listen, I'm leaving it there. How many watching? 12 watching. Wow. I hate to go when there's so many of you, but unfortunately, turn the iron off. I have to sleep as well. Anyway, guys, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you for joining me, and as usual, yes, and I will be here tomorrow night, guys, and good night to everybody, and I will be here tomorrow. Thank you very much. Anybody who wants to buy me a coffee, if you feel I've deserved a coffee, then go ahead and buy me a coffee, and if you don't, then don't. It's as simple as that. It's just something that I ask, but you don't have to do. And I'll catch us all later. Thank you very much, guys. Bye for now.